Hey, Burger Face. How's it going? Oh, right on. Well, good for you for hitting the gym. It's funny, I enjoy working out, but I've never been a big fan of the gym. Hey, is that a... Oh, thanks for the host. Thank you for the host. That's awesome. Weird. I thought I had something turned on for the chat for when, not just the alerts, but I guess not. But thank you so much for the host. Be on your best behavior, or Arthur Kell will find you. So I'm just like obviously getting rid of the white bits because we don't need that. And then I'll kind of do a bit of shadow indication. Though probably not too much because I actually want to focus more on the color today. This is going to be a looser sort of piece just because it's more of a study for the final, and I realized like she's not that much smaller than what she will be in the full final piece. So I don't want to sit there and go really tight only to have to paint it up again. Not that I want to go really tight in the final piece either, but also for anyone who wants to see, that's the image that I had done painted up digitally, and that's what I'm using as reference for this piece here. Right, but this will end up being looser than that digital study today. This is mostly Gamsol that I kind of watered down the paint with, so this will start to dry pretty quick, right? But as it dries, I just kind of want to pay attention to maybe what the texture is with the brush marks. So, you know, we'll kind of let it kind of keep scrubbing away at it a little bit here and there. Maybe we'll see about indicating some of these darker values in here, at least just to create some separation, I think, between the lights and shadows, right? I'm gonna use a little bit of a smaller brush for this because I know it is good to use like a large brush as much as you can, but for certain things, I don't know, I like a little more precision. So we're gonna go a little more precise. And let me know if the sound levels are okay. I don't think you guys should be hearing the music that I have playing in the background. I know you'll hear the music through the system volume, but I just really didn't feel like wearing my headphones today. So I just have it playing softly on my speaker behind me. But I think the microphone isn't really picking it up because it's not directly there. Ah, Arthur Kell. Thanks for the gift subs. Everyone, thank Arthur Kell for the gift subs. Awesome. There we go. I like those warmer shadows a bit, but I do gotta be a little mindful of how dark they go. Right, we don't want them to go too dark. Hey, Miss Von Drake, how's it going? Oh, did you get a gift sub too? Arthur Kell spoiling us all. Thanks, man. So let's do if anyone is here and doesn't already follow Arthur Kell, now is your chance, fellow streamer, bestie, co-worker. Badass artist. A lot of these shadows, I want some texture because, you know, some of the marks will show through a bit. So I don't like to, make this phase, this part of the process, like super smooth or anything like that. Oh, right on, Frosty. Yeah, I'm basically just doing this as kind of almost like a warm-up, right? I just want to kind of see what it's going to be like to mix up some of the colors in this palette, which is why I'm not doing the full thing, right? And I'm going to try and keep this a little bit looser because it's not about getting a finished piece. And honestly, I don't even know what a finished piece is going to look like. I'm trying really hard not to just go into like render mode when I'm oil painting, because that's not the kind of painting that I really love. So I'm gonna be doing my best to kind of keep this a little more, you know, indicative kind of, right? Indicated. As Joseph Spuckfitch always says, don't state, indicate, in his Croatian/Australian accent. Cammy, I do not. I pretty much just go by Daniel. Dan the Man was my like 4th grade nickname, and I have absolutely no attachment to it whatsoever. So I've always just been Daniel. and get our like ivy kind of, that'll be interesting to paint up. I mean, I'll treat it as much as I can, kind of like a plein air, you know, and really sort of just think about the overall shapes, right? I think that's the best way to do all this stuff. Don't overthink it, just get those shapes in there and textures and whatnot. See, this stuff is already like drying enough for me to paint on top, so that's good. That's a good thing. Oh, that's crazy. Because most of the ones that I've known go by Dan or Danny. I feel like I've only met like one other that really just went by Daniel. At least in person. I think there was someone on one of the streams one time that also went by Daniel. Yeah, Frosty, kind of a color key piece, though realistically the digital painting kind of serves that purpose, right? So again, anyone just joining, that's a crop of the digital piece that I'd painted up, that I am using as reference today. So really, like, that's my color key already, and this is mostly just kind of like practice to see if there are gonna be any pitfalls along the way, you know, and to see like maybe this isn't the color that I want for the underpainting even. You know, I was debating whether I'd want to go with something cooler, so that I'm not potentially fighting against this really warm underpainting with a very cool palette over the top. But who knows? Who knows? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Which is why I'll keep this looser, but I am going to do my best to, work within the color palette that I set up. Though sometimes when I end up going more toward a finish or bring it into the traditional realm, I start kind of getting ideas for maybe if there's another color palette that might work a little better. But I mean, not always. I definitely do my best to kind of stick to what I got here. I had a grade school crush named Danielle, which would have been funny. Texture. This is purely for some texture, because I'm going to get into the actual color here pretty soon. By the way, painting on linen today, not the mounted paper. Hey, thanks, Cammy. That was a super fun piece. I think I did a tiny little, like, the barest little tweak on it yesterday, but it was like no one would even notice unless we looked at the two versions side by side. But otherwise, I think that one's done. I thought I was gonna glaze in on it a bit. I may have glazed. Sorry, I'm just looking at it over there. I may have glazed a tiny bit, but for the most part, I'm just waiting for it to totally dry and then. Oh no, just mount it on like a gesso board, you know, just so it has a solid back. That's fair, Burger. One of the things I've noticed is when I'm oil painting, I tend to like get really sort of caught up in what I'm doing, and I will tend to not quite drink enough water when I'm oil painting. Which, by the way, before I forget, I'm gonna need my stick. One of these days, I will make an actual maul stick, but for now, this little dowel works just fine. There are a few areas that I notice I tend to like having some heavier shadows, and I notice cloth is one of those areas that I always tend to put some of the darker shadows in, even though I end up painting over all of it, but some of that shows through because I always tend to keep cloth a bit looser than I do like skin and stuff. Yeah, it's nibs. It's pen nibs. Sorry to disappoint. Twitch would not like me showing my nips. Hey Viscera, how's it going? And Paradox Moose, by the way, welcome my friend. And Mikey Harold. Xylan64. Welcome everybody. No, I think Twitch now, they cut down on that too. As far as I know, I think that I just seem to remember reading something that basically the same rules applied for men and women. I don't think that, like, even if you're a guy, you can't, like, stream without a shirt on. Meaning if the camera's on you. I'm pretty sure. I seem to remember reading that. Because I was just scouring their rules and regs to see if they even bothered to differentiate between art and everything else. I'm like, what exactly am I allowed to show and what will get me banned? You know? Yeah, Mikey, watercolor can be, depending on how you use it. I tend to use it fairly loose, and I don't actually enjoy rendering in watercolor. I love seeing other people do it. I think it looks amazing, but I don't actually like doing it myself. So I always tend to keep it pretty loose, and I let a bit of the drawing do the heavy lifting. Interesting. Dude, that's so lame that they would differentiate. I just think, like, look, just fine, if nipples are not allowed, then just make a blanket statement. Because here's my argument every time, right? People say that, oh, women's nipples are sexual, whatever. I'm like, no, they actually have a purpose. They have a purpose, right? Breastfeeding. A purpose, and a necessary one for life. What the hell is the purpose of male nipples? Like, if one of them is going to be considered a sexual organ, it's got to be the male nipple, because they have no other purpose, you know? Like, so I always think it's just so dumb. So dumb. Yes, they do. Which they're not supposed to. So. Alright, let's think about getting some color here. I think I'm gonna. I'm trying to think of how I want to start. Yeah, Paradox Moose. And believe me, I've seen some girly looking male nipples. I forget who it was. There was some actor on a TV show or something that took their shirt off, and I thought it was a little awkward because not quite the masculine nipples I was expecting him to have, and I don't remember which show it was. I blocked it out of my memory. Okay, a little bit on the plant because I know I'm gonna want some darks in there. Only the finest. Though we could argue that, you know, nudity in art is a worthwhile topic. And for real, like, Twitch just needs to stop being lazy about it and just differentiate. Just say, look, in art it's okay as long as it's like non-sexual nudity or something. Like, it's that easy to say, you know, if you're drawing, painting, or sculpting, the nudity in your artwork is okay as long as it is non-sexual. It's really not a difficult sort of caveat to put in their rules and regs. But no, they just can't be bothered. Yeah, I don't understand, you know, people can stream GTA, they can stream God of War, right? But we couldn't possibly have a fantasy character chilling topless. Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, my camera's been messing up a bit. Thank you for pointing that out. It might do that a couple times, and yeah, just shout out. I'll try and keep an eye on it, but it sucks because I had it on last night for like a good while and no problems. But I don't know why it's been glitching out on me a bit. Though at least it's not as bad as it was. At one point yesterday, like, I couldn't even go 5 minutes without it glitching out on me, which is why I didn't stream last night, because I was like, I don't even know how I would do this. All right, let's start getting the actual colors in here now. I'm just trying to think of where to start, because if we look at that reference, I want the and by the way, and anyone that wants to see the ref can always just type in the ref and you'll get that link. I had purposely kept the shadows pretty unified, so there's a little bit of color modulation within the shadows, but not a ton, right? Because if I started getting, hey, Nel Noodlos, yeah, how's it going? You know, if I start getting a lot of detail in the shadows, then it kind of changes the lighting situation. And the idea that I wanted was more that they're like outside, maybe it's a full moon or something. So there's enough to where, granted, I cheated a lot more color into it than you would really get from a full moon situation, but who knows? Maybe there's some more light spilling in from somewhere else. Doesn't really matter. But point is, not going to get a whole lot of you know, bounce light, reflected light and stuff happening in the shadows, because the light is just not powerful enough to bounce around like that. So actually I feel like we should stick with this larger brush for now. So I kind of went with a general kind of cool with the shadows, right? I mean, there's a lot of color modulation in there, but more from an impressionistic standpoint. So we're gonna kind of stick with some of that, and I think we can kind of use this stuff as a base. But we're gonna start to cool it off here. And I'm just debating how opaque I might want these shadows. I don't want them super opaque, but I don't want them totally transparent. Too dark. And so I could mix up like a much larger amount, but I kind of like sometimes having to remix stuff. Just because it sort of affords some natural color variation, unless you take the time to like really match the color every time you mix. And there are some people who are super picky about that, you know? There are people who plan out their entire palette beforehand. They will pre-mix stuff that they know they're gonna use, and they will take hours to like match the colors exactly. I can't do that. That's like that's too OCD for me. Hey, Sarah. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good question. What I did is I did print it out, but then because in the digital piece I still have the actual drawing underneath, right? So I was able to put the lines kind of back on top of the painting. And then I printed it out and basically just did a graphite transfer where you just scribble graphite on the back of the print, and then on the front you just take a pencil or a ballpoint pen and just kind of, put some pressure on it as you trace over, and it just transfers the graphite on. And then I just kind of, clean up the lines and mess with them a little bit. And hey, Sariana, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's still my favorite way. I know some people will use transfer paper and stuff, but I find that stuff to be so messy that I'm not a fan. I prefer just using graphite. I've yet to find a better way. The other way you can do it, which I do sometimes, more for larger pieces though, is I have a little digital projector, right? Now you can get them. It's literally like the size of my iPhone, but maybe a little bit thicker. But it projects at like 1080p, I think. But it's big enough that I can just project on and then trace off that way too. So, which is nice if I have a piece that's larger than what I can print, right? So, like when I do the actual finished piece for this, I'll probably do it that way because the finished one will be on 18 by 24. And I can't print that size, and I don't feel like dealing with like two different prints, and we'll see. It's possible. Yeah, I love those new projectors. I mean, I would have liked I could probably get a 4K one now, but at the time that I'd gotten it, the 4K projectors were a little too pricey. Like if I wanted it small, I think I got mine for like $200 or something, and then the 4K ones were like $600. It's like, no, I'm not gonna use it often enough to want to drop that. So I'm trying to get a little bit more color into here than what we currently have. Of course, then every time I add white, it like takes some of the color away. But that's okay. White plus one, that's what we do. There we go. A little bit more color. Yeah, the Eisenberg group. Eisenberg, Ayzenberg. They're still around. They're still doing stuff. They do a ton of stuff for Oculus, I believe. And that Mortal Kombat sketch that I had linked during the interview was actually done for them some years back, before Mortal Kombat X came out, whenever that was. Bitteschön. So the reason that I'm keeping this really broken right now, the marks, is because I'm going to be bringing in more color modulation, and I don't want to necessarily totally cover up the underpainting, right? Especially in some of these areas. I want some of that to show through. I want some of that looseness, which I mean, you can even see it in the digital piece. I basically did my best to kind of mimic however I would do it traditionally, right? So I'm not trying to go for like this really polished, super clean kind of deal. Also, the reason I'm starting with the shadows first is because I know I have a tendency to get too light in the lights, right? And if I started going into the lights first, I would be trying to make them lighter than what's here, when really I just need to focus on them being lighter than the shadow side. So knowing my own tendencies, I find it a little better for me to start with the shadows, get those going in the right direction, and then get in the lights and the midtones. Right, and as I said, we'll get into some color modulation in these shadows and stuff. Right, we'll bring in some slightly warmer marks, we'll bring in some cooler marks, a little bit lighter marks, and hopefully create a bit of visual interest there as much as we can. I'm going to... I've got my chat windows in the way here, in the way of my reference. Not that I totally need reference for like abstract foliage, but you know, a little bit. At least for placement. I need the chat window, or else I can't see what you guys are saying. I want to be part of the party too. I think we're gonna... Well, no, we can keep going with some of the darker stuff for the clothing, but then I'll get into some slightly lighter shadows for the skin. This would be closer to like an accent value here right now for the skin. Damn it. This damn thing, I swear. Alright. It was going so well. Yeah, luckily it's a super quick and easy fix. I don't know. Here's the weird thing, is that it wasn't doing that before, right? In our past streams, didn't have a problem. I didn't change anything. It just started doing that. So I'm just like, really? Dude. So annoying. Damn computers, why can't you just work perfectly every time? That would make my life so much easier. Yeah, we're just, you know, blocking in our shadows here, so we're gonna go a little bit lighter, but again, I want a bit more color in here. We're gonna do kind of a combo. So I got a new ultramarine blue because it looked really beautiful, but I gotta say I feel like it's a little weak. It's the same company that makes this walnut oil gel, but the pigment feels really weak, like it just doesn't hold up against some of these other pigments. It gets drowned out real quick, and so that's too bad. I'm not a huge fan of that, because then I have to use a lot more of it, right? Which kind of sucks. Like compared to the Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue, it feels rather weak. But luckily I only got a small tube. I almost got like a big tube of it. I was like, well, no, we gotta test it out first, make sure it's actually what we want. So I'm just getting a few, like a little bit of color modulation and stuff happening in this kind of gradient that I can kind of just readily play around with, right? So I'll make that lighter at some point, but I just want some. That's fair. There's no reason you would know any different, right? Unless you were messing with other types of paints. That's awesome. Paradox, we just say, you're pretty. Or, at least you're pretty. Right as it ends, Sarah. But yeah, I've got a bunch of different, at least a few different genres on this playlist. So we'll see. We'll get into some funk at some point, I'm sure, and we'll get into some epic soundtracky sounding shit and some jazzy stuff and this nice bluesy stuff, which is kind of always my favorite. Although I've been listening to that latest Tool album on repeat this morning. and was kind of bummed that I couldn't stream that. Because it's so good. Yeah, and my one of my best friends is friends with those guys, so like he was in the studio for part of the recording session of the album. Like, you bastard. He also did one of the, you know how they did all those awesome art posters for the tour for the different locations. I believe he did the LA poster. Yeah, when did it come out? Was it earlier this year? Or was it last year? Yeah, dude, Carrie is such a beast on the drums, man. I just, like, can't even believe it. That guy is amazing. And I was telling Arthur Kell, I would love to hear some isolated bass tracks from Chancellor. I think that would be amazing, because he's another one that's just so dope. Right? Right? Like, I lose track of what happened, you know, in those few months before the lockdown. Like, I don't really remember what the hell went on. So you'll get some purists that say don't use white in shadows, by the way. I do not adhere to that in any way, shape, or form. I'll use white. I may still, you know, make things transparent, but whatever. I don't care, as long as it doesn't get too light, right? But in that classical way of painting, you always kept your paints, your shadows transparent, and then you only use white in the lights. But that's not how I paint. Yeah. Honestly, I like hardly remember anything pre. So this is where the reference obviously will come in handy, because I have to you know, the paint has to be dark enough that I won't necessarily see the drawing underneath in all the areas. So that's where, you know, I can see some of it. I can see it lightly underneath, enough to where between this and the reference, like, I'm not worried about, you know, messing things up beyond repair or anything like that. But, some of the details might not happen until I'm further along. Plus, I have no idea how much of the detail I actually want to put in on this version, right? Because you know what I'm afraid of is that because I'm just kind of keeping this loose and whatever, you know, lots of just swashbuckling and bravado in the brush marks. I'm afraid that this will end up being really cool, and then when I go into the final painting, it'll just look stiff and boring in comparison. That's what I'm afraid of. But we'll see. I'll do my best not to let that happen. But it is not unheard of. Only 3 views for what, banned? You're banned! Banned, we've also got people watching on Twitch. So, if you're coming over from YouTube, so it's possible that YouTube viewership is lower. Although usually I'm pretty even, so YouTubers, get on it. Although some of the people, I think Sarah, sometimes you watch from YouTube, right? But today you're twitching it. With the shadows, I tend to overpaint so that I can cut back in with the midtones and the lights. Just FYI. The shadows are not necessarily where I get super precise. I don't want to go too crazy with them, but I do intentionally paint past where I know the shadows will end. It allows me to kind of finesse the edges, right? I always want to be able to sort of push and pull those edges a bit and decide where I want hard edges, where I want soft edges, all that fun. Twitching it. Well, I'm glad it's working. That's weird that it would not work as well with some people's streams. Because I think he and I are both, I mean, we're both streaming out at 1080. So that's strange that, that's weird. But, I mean, it happens to me, too, where some people, I'll think, oh, maybe it's Twitch, but then I'll go watch another streamer, and it's just fine, so I have no idea what that's about. Maybe it's just, like, the server that the stuff is coming from, or something? I don't know. Weird. I doubt we're gonna figure it out today, though. Oh, weird. Huh. Huh. All right. So again, I do like to keep the shadows thin. I don't care about them being, like the paint being totally transparent, but I do like to keep them thin. Happy little shadows. All right, we're gonna get into, like, we'll come back to the shadows at a certain point, but right now I think we're gonna look at some midtones, right? Because if we think about painting, right? And there was something that Harvey Dunn had said, though it was really kind of, he was recalling an observation by Howard Pyle, right? Because Pyle's strong suit was actually not color, right? And that was something that Pyle recognized very readily. It's not to say that he wasn't good at it, but I think he found a way to kind of make it work, I guess. But basically his observation was that the darks carry the drawing and the lights carry the color. Which is very true, obviously, depending on your method of painting, but I feel like any of the more seasoned painters would agree with that. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be like, no, Harvey Dunn didn't know what he was talking about. Because he pretty much did. But I love that observation, and it's something that I kind of pay attention to. So, which is why we're not getting into a lot of color in the shadows, right? Interesting. I wonder why it would lock the resolution. I would think you could down res at any time. But so, you know, with that in mind, I'm not getting into a lot of color modulation within the shadows, but I will start to bring in the actual, a little bit of color modulation as I get into the midtones and lights, right? So, but that's why right now I'm still thinking in a much more monochrome kind of a way. Because this is really more meant to support that drawing, essentially, which becomes a bit more apparent if I bring in some legit accents, right? Which I'm thinking I will probably do right now, because since it does support the drawing, it makes it a bit easier to kind of look at the forms that you have going on and not mess them up. So I think we will get into some accents here real quick. Right, our nice dark accents. Interesting. I wonder if that's a setting. That's got to be a setting on Twitch, because I don't recall seeing anything like that for, like, in OBS or anything. That could be wrong, though. So let's look at our reference here and think about where we might put, not might, where we are going to put some accents. I mean, I guess I say might because I'm not necessarily going to stick one for one to the reference. but the accents will help to start to kind of solidify some of these forms and differentiate. Autumn, fix your stream. I'm curious about that though. I'll have to look and see if there are any settings just to make sure that mine doesn't do that at some point, you know? Sometimes when accent shadows get a little too cool, I feel like they flatten out a bit. I don't like it. So I try to keep them on the warmer side. Like still like, you know, if we're thinking about red, it's still a cool red, a kind of crimson color, right? But, or almost like a really dark purple rather than a violet, right? If we want to get subtle about it. Let's get that accent. Let's see what the hell these are doing. Honestly, this maul stick is just fine. I should put something on the end that allows it to kind of like grip a little more, because it's just wood, and so wood on the wood of the easel doesn't really, you know, it just wants to slide unless I have it like on the hinge, you know? Like I can do it and it's enough, especially if I brace it on my leg down here. But it would be good to have either just have a chamois or something wrapped on it that gives it a little more friction. I don't actually need to like go and buy one or anything, because most of them are just silly. And again, for if there's anyone that's just joining, that is my reference image that I painted up. You know, since I can't find actual reference of sea elves, I had to create my own. Oh, raid! Raid! Deadlit! I wanted to say Deedlit from Lotus Wars, but Deadlit, thank you for the raid. Charge indeed. Raiders, thank you, thank you. My name is Daniel Landerman. I work in the entertainment advertising industry, helping to visualize key art for films and TV and video games, you know, video game covers, movie posters, that kind of stuff. In my free time, I like to illustrate stuff. I like to draw stuff. We'll give you a little a little taste here. This is the reference image that I'm working from today for my painting. Other things we've done. This is a piece unfinished, but a piece that we worked on stream that we still need to wrap up. Other totally different style, I know, but another project of mine that has been in the works for, well, far too long. More stuff, digital painting, watercolor, and India ink. So I do love my traditional stuff. Little brush pen fun here, more brush pen craziness. More ink washes, we did this on stream as well. Some more watercolor, this was from a past stream too, watercolor and platinum carbon ink, I believe. And some Prismacolor on acetate. So that's the kind of stuff that I do on my free time. And yeah, welcome. Deadlit, what were you doing on stream? And if you have anything to share, we would love to see it. Uh-oh. Autumn, are you around? Do you want to ban someone? Want to ban Mutt Trooper 740, or should I do it? Oh, right on. Cool. We'll ban Mutt Trooper. Mutt Trooper. You suck. Oh, what happened to my camera? Camera, come back. Stop being a punk. And we're back. So my camera's been acting up for whatever reason. I don't know why. Oh. Arthur Kell is off being famous. Getting famous. Deadlit, if you want to share anything that you were working on, please feel free. Feel free to link it in the chat. I'd love to see what you're doing. And thank you for following on Instagram as well. I'm hearing so many little rumblings about how Instagram is going to be changing that does not make me happy. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, Cammy. I know, right? I don't have Baniel stickers on my stream. That's for Autumn's stream. Yeah, I'd love to see what you were doing, Deadlit. Sweet. Sweet. Check it out. Mm-hmm. Nice. And so the stuff on your Instagram, is that like free time stuff? I'm assuming concept art, like you can't show it until the project is actually out, right? Out in the world. Right on. We'll give you a follow right back. Yeah, this stuff looks great. And a nice range of stuff too, which is always nice to see. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I know how that goes. Like, I can't show anything. Even when the movie comes out, like, even then I can't really show the development work that went into the posters or anything like that. So I like never get to show anything, which is why I do as much personal art as I can. So I can continue to share. Sharing is caring. Yeah, right? I do love how many badass artists are on Twitch and Instagram. I mean, Instagram, it's like, it's such a huge community that it's like, it's a little hard to find people or even decide on anything. But Twitch being a smaller community, and yet there's so many good people doing their thing on here, and with different time zones, of course, it's hard to catch everybody, but you know, because I normally stream much later, but since I am on vacation, I was like, screw it, I'm gonna do a daytime stream and see if we can stream a bit longer today, because that's the fun shit. Oh, right on. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no, your stuff is great, dude. For reals. Deadlit, when do you normally stream? Like, what are your normal stream times? And let's, can I not? There we go. There. Give you a follow on Twitch as well. Oh, man. Alright, man. Well, thanks for joining. Thanks for popping in while you could. I appreciate that. Okay, cool. Are you... I think you said you're Italian, but are you based in the US or are you in Italy? Just wondering what time zone your afternoon is. Oh, nice. Napoli. I'd love to go there. You know, whenever we can actually travel again. I've only been to Venice. I would love to go to, like, you know, Tuscany and just the whole countryside, really. I've always kind of been a little more into the countryside than I have been into cities, per se. Though I did love Paris, but really the French countryside makes me much happier than the city does. Paris was dope. We had a good time there. All right, let's get some. Okay, we're gonna get a little bit more into the face here, and I'm debating if I want to get closer up. I mean, we're not gonna do a whole bunch, so I don't want to like mess with it too much. Meaning in the face. I just wanted to get some darks in the face so that I'm not... I think if I just started throwing in the midtones, it would look a little weird. We gotta get... those darks in there. It was Uh-oh. Autumn flexing. Careful. Yeah, so technically it was Autumn and I had planned the trip before Tiny Girlfriend actually became girlfriend. So, and I just really I had been wanting to go to Paris for years. Finally had, paid vacation through work. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going. Damn it. Yeah, no, I'd love to go to Napoli. I've seen like different, travel things where people go there, and it looks so beautiful. And I haven't spent enough time in Italy. I'd like to go along the coast as well. Yes, we did. But Shabona, thank you for the follow. We preferred d'Orsay. I think d'Orsay is a much more interesting museum. I think, the Louvre was great. It was predominantly just French artists, many of which seemed like they bit off a little more than they could chew, just going for grand scale when it didn't always work out in their favor. But like d'Orsay, I mean, you had amazing Bouguereau paintings and some just like beautiful furniture and all kinds of stuff. I found the art in the Musée d'Orsay a lot more interesting. We actually did spend a lot of time in the coffee shop just sketching. Of course, when we first walked in, the guy behind the counter thought we were French because, we walked in and we were just like, bonjour, and he says bonjour, and he rattles off something in French, and we were like, sorry, our understanding stops at bonjour. And he's like, you're American? And we're like, yeah. He's like, but you look so cool, I think this is not possible. We're like, thanks, man. Because we were dressed, had like cool coats on and whatnot, and so he just assumed we were French and not American. Super nice guy. We spent a lot of time at the coffee shop, and he would like come and chat with us and loved checking out our artwork and whatnot. So it's funny because I would hear so many people prior to that talk about how like mean the French people are, and honestly, I don't think we had any issues with the people there. Like we never ran into like total assholes in Paris. Honestly, I've never run into like total assholes in France. I've been out to the countryside there a couple times as well, and everyone's always like, from my experience, super nice. So I don't really understand where the stereotype comes from. Hey, Barada Toxica. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, and I think also, it's not like we're going there and just showing everybody that we're artists, but I don't know, maybe there is an aspect of when you're traveling because you want to experience another culture, I think just the overall mentality maybe just comes off a lot different than people who travel, especially from the US, people who travel wanting to just bring everything United States with them, and they expect everything to be like the United States. I hate those people. And honestly, it's not just the US. From my experience, I gotta say, French Canadians, be careful, because not well loved in a lot of French territories, not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't know about the actual, like, people from France, but having gone to the French West Indies in the Caribbean and having gone to Tahiti, right? The difference from people who assumed that my girlfriend and I were French Canadian, right? Because we were visiting a French territory. So they just would assume that we were French Canadian, and then they would be like, more in the Caribbean, man. The people in the Caribbean were rude as hell. I'm just gonna say that. They were not nice people, and they. Dedalit, thank you so much. Thanks for the raid. Sariana, thanks for the sub. Thank you. And apparently Streamlabs doesn't want to thank people like it should. It was supposed to, but so yeah, we'd gone to the Caribbean, the French Caribbean, and pasta with ragu. Thanks for the follow. And the people there were just like, they would just frown and glare at us and stuff, but then we would just be smiling, we'd be really nice, and eventually they would ask where we were from. And as soon as we said we're from Los Angeles, their demeanor changed completely. They were super nice. They would be all smiles. They were just like, they were awesome. Deadlit, I hope I can catch one of your streams as well. You sleep well. Which is so funny, because in the US, if you tell people you're from Los Angeles, they're just like, oh, why don't you have your sunglasses on right now? But people who haven't been to LA don't understand the light here, that it's like, even in weather where you might not need sunglasses in other places, you need them in LA, because it just has a certain glare to it sometimes that, like, even me having dark eyes, it'll still, like, sometimes be a bit much. Whereas, like, I could be out in New York on a totally sunny day and not need sunglasses at all. There's something, just the light is just different. Just different. Alright, so I don't want this stuff super opaque just yet. Also, who was it that asked about the amount of paint on my brush? Someone asked about that. I was gonna answer, and then I got sidetracked with something else. A lot of that is a bit of trial and error, not gonna lie. God damn it. Urgh. I swear, this camera was working just fine earlier today. and then of course it decided to start messing up on me. So in terms of the knowing how much paint to put on the brush, it is a bit of kind of trial and error. What I always do though, so I have this, I just have this paper towel here sitting on my lap. I have a denim apron, so I'm not worried about it like soaking through or anything. And I kind of always will wipe off a little bit of paint on that. Because I don't want it, at this stage in the painting, I do not want, god damn it. I'm gonna kill this thing. I mean, I'm not really, because, I need it, but it's really annoying. And I don't know why it does that. I have no answers for you, Frodo. At this stage in the painting, I do not want heavy paint yet. So it's mostly just a matter of kind of making sure that I don't see any paint caked on the brush, right? I won't do that until I'm getting into the lights and more finishing kind of marks, right? That's where I will get heavier with it. Okay, we're gonna keep a close eye on that. Make sure it doesn't freeze some more, because that's not cool. I'm gonna get into some midtones finally. Let's see if we can kind of start sort of, branching out just a little bit. Obviously the color palette is very bracketed, right? It's all staying in a pretty cool range. And we don't want to mess with that, because that is what will give us our nighttime vibe, right? But we can still, within keeping it cool, obviously, we can still mess with temperature. Because a purple next to a really cold blue will look really warm, even though it's still technically a very cool color. Just reinforcing some of these darks to be able to paint. Paint back into them with some slightly lighter. I think I'm going to get into the hair and that sash first, just because those are gonna push much cooler, and I think will just give us a better sense of kind of the range of the palette. I mean, that sash is pretty much just ultramarine blue, to be honest. So let's get our hair going here. I'm debating, I feel like her hair needs to go a bit darker still before we get into the lights. the hair will go a little cooler on it because, you know, she's got like black hair, so we're just gonna push that. Raid! Shortcake Liz! Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. I will get into the spiel real quick here. My name is Daniel Landerman. I am a sketch artist and illustrator in the entertainment ad world, helping to visualize movie posters and TV posters and game covers and all that good stuff. And of course, now our camera's gonna mess up. Just for you guys, you're welcome. All right, well, it's okay. Welcome, Raiders, welcome. If you want to see a bit of what I get into in my world, this is the reference that I'm using. I'd done this digital painting as reference to do some oils based on. So basically creating my own reference. So this is the image that I'm looking at as I'm doing my painting. Some stuff we've done in the past. This was a piece that we did do on stream. It's not done yet. Still working on it. I'll get back to it eventually, one of these days. Another piece, this is not on stream, totally different style for an ongoing project of mine. Another digital painting here. Mech stuff is fun. Digital painting here for a short story that I wrote that will be in my book, by the way, which is looking beautiful. The book, I mean. Here's a watercolor piece I did last year, I believe. Some little brush pen doodles from earlier this year, probably just a couple months ago, a few months ago maybe. And little ink thumb. This is bigger than the actual thumbnail was. We did this on stream. We did this on stream, a little watercolor and ink piece. And then some Prismacolor on acetate, which is a technique I use a lot in my job, helping to visualize said posters and whatnot. So, that is the kind of stuff that I do. Let's see if our camera's still going. Camera's still going. Cool. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Shortcake Liz. If there's anything you would like to share, please do so. I would love to know what you are working on your stream. What manner of shenanigans you get up to. Please feel free to post a link. Share, share, share. Oh yes, you can pre-order the book. And the Spiridon, who designed the book for Editions Carrette, just sent me a couple of little videos of the book, because they just received copies of it over there. And it looks amazing. I'm super happy. epic. Alright, let's get... Finally, we're getting into a little bit of... Get into some lights here. Yes, we are getting into the oil. I mean, this is going to be a bit looser. We're not going to do... Like, this isn't going to be the finished one. Because the finished one will have both the figures. It'll be larger, you know. It'll be a much larger piece. But... this is more just so I can kind of, you know, get a little used to the color palette, the very limited and yet full color palette. So, hey, thanks, Martist, Mart's Street. I realize I've seen you on Autumn's Martest. Poor good, thanks for the follow. William Reed, thanks for the follow. And did Shortcake Liz ever plug us? Did Liz have to raid and bolt? Or is Shortcake Liz still here? And Shortcake Liz, if you are here, please show us stuff that you do, even if it's like not art. I'm assuming it is if you rated an art stream, but you never know. Sometimes, you know, people doing other manners of creation. Oh, so did she have to raid and bolt? That's cool. That's cool. You're there because we all love the autumn show. Right, it's like that that movie with Richard Gere and Winona Ryder, Autumn in New York, but this is like Autumn in Quarantine. That's why we tune in to the Autumn in Quarantine show. I think I'm probably also, I'm realizing I'm gonna get rid of a lot of that warm, you know, around here where the rocks are supposed to be. So I might do that just to kind of like get her form a little more within the cool colors. What do you think? Shit, I'm hesitant to change anything here because sometimes my camera doesn't like it when I do that. But we're gonna, I wanna make some adjustments here on the camera just so that we can get a little closer to the values that I'm working with. It was looking a little too high contrast, and with the camera, you know, when you go kind of to the smaller apertures, you get more contrast happening. So I just wanted to reduce some of that contrast a little bit. probably go a little darker because it's still kind of blown out. That looks a little better. Yeah. Word. So let's do this. Let's do this, shall we? We're gonna start bringing in some cools, because the other thing is when I do get into some of the edges, I'm gonna need some paint to kind of nudge those edges against if I want to soften them. Right. And this will also help me gauge a bit more where I want to go with the skin tone, right? Because the skin tone is a little, I kept it a little bit warmer. I kind of cheated that a bit. So, but I need something to gauge that against, and one of the main things is that background. Hey, M. Kutch. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing today? I hope this Tuesday is treating you nicely. So I did decide to bring back some Gamsol for thinner. I was not a fan of that spike oil, even though it is more non-toxic. I might try one of their other products. They have a lean oil, basically meant for like the lean layers of the painting. Yeah, but Autumn, remember, tomorrow's the last work day, so yeah, it's only Tuesday, but at least there's only one more day in the work week. So, Fanged Bunny! Awesome! Welcome, Fanged Bunny. Yeah, I love this thing. I love this paint book. Seriously, like, it's so convenient. It's great. You know, until you're working on much larger pieces, obviously, then that's not what it's built for. But for, I mean, you can get pretty good size, like easily 16 by 20. I don't think I would work on 18 by 24 just because I would want a larger palette for that, but up to a 16 by 20 inch piece, I'll totally use this. So I'm being way too precious with these with this background, and what I really want to do is just throw down some paint and then get some color modulation on top of that. Because sometimes, you know, part of the process is just getting paint on the surface, right? Now, you don't want to rush through that, but it's not necessarily where you want to be super precious either. right? You want to be deliberate, but we don't want to sit here and noodle every little thing, especially when it's literally just like stones. You know, and it's not, obviously we already got rid of the white, so it's not getting rid of white, but just the nature of oil paints. You want a certain amount of paint on the surface for it to really start laying down properly, I guess you could say. Not that it lays down improperly without it, but you know, it doesn't like give us that really nice oil paint feel when it's all super thin. So I'm just trying to think of I want some warm and cool modulation in this, so we're gonna kind of just get a little impressionistic with it and just have some fun. I don't want to get too light on this stuff, so I will probably darken some of these shadows. Right? But first, let's get these edges. Right, I don't want that shadow to look like another physical object or anything like that. I'm getting some lights in here. I feel like I should actually, true to form, I don't want to get too light on these, so I think I'm gonna bring in some of the darks into the stones first before I get too crazy with the lights. Honestly, Fanged, unless you like do extracurricular oil painting in high school, it's kind of always all they're really trying to do, I think, in high school is like, you know, introduce you to the medium, but I don't think that they're gonna like give, I'm not gonna say they're gonna give bad advice, but my experience in high school art was that they liked to say, this is how you build an image, right? This is the way to build an image. And then as you get better and better and more experienced, you realize, no, that's one of the ways, and not even the best way, but it's the most accessible, maybe, you know? So when they're teaching, like, most of the time they have to teach the lowest common denominator, so, you know. Got some cools in those, in that shadow behind her. A little too warm now. I mean, the fun thing with this is that I don't have to sit there and mix up like different piles of paint, right? I can kind of just sort of play with it, and because it's all sort of playing with the same few colors, so I can nudge it one way or another right now and just get a fair amount of color modulation that way. Especially when we do go a bit impressionistic and just kind of lay different colors next to each other. Right? And this is where I wouldn't necessarily... I don't feel the need to totally stick to exactly the colors that I have up on the reference. Which, by the way, for any of those just joining us, there's a crop of the digital piece that I painted up, and it's what I am currently referencing as I paint this, because in oils it is rarely a good idea to make it up as you go, unless you're gonna sit there and spend most of your time deliberating, which, you know, that wouldn't make for a very interesting stream, I don't think. But so basically, like, I know what I can paint digitally, right? I know that I can paint stuff out of my head, and I know I can paint it to a pretty high level. And so that's where I know that I'm able to create my own reference, right? I don't really like to stick to photo shoots, because then you have to hope that the person can get the right kind of character that you want, and not to mention good luck planning the right photo shoot in the quarantine era, with costumes and the environment, and this had a couple of people in it, so chances are slim. Right. So I figured create my own. That's what I did. I'm just creating some darks to go on here. Well, but you're doing different kind of stuff, you know? Like, the paintings that you're doing are intentionally based more heavily in the photos, you know? So there's certain things that I would prefer photo shoots for. But for something like this, and that's partly just from my own experience, not experiences in terms of trying to do it, but just my experience as an artist tends to lean much heavier into drawing and painting out of my head, and it's just where I'm most comfortable. So that's where I will reference some things, but I've never been good at, say, planning a photo shoot around some kind of, you know, painting that I had in mind. Not to mention dealing with models is just not fun. And I know Autumn can attest to that. Oh, damn it. Sorry, guys. Sorry. It's weird. At least it just froze this time and didn't go all like weird and green. Right? But it's so annoying that it does that. I had it running for like 2.5 hours yesterday. Did it freeze again? God damn it. I had it running for like 2.5 hours yesterday and didn't freeze at all. At all. It didn't freeze. And today it's like doing it sometimes and sometimes not. I'm using the Sony a6600 and it shouldn't have a problem, and it didn't have a problem. That's the weird thing. It didn't have a problem before when we were doing oils. This literally just started on Sunday and I have no idea why. I didn't change anything, you know? For my face cam, I'm using my Fuji, but it won't do as high resolution because to use it, I have to use the Fuji webcam utility, which limits it. I forget what the resolution is, and it doesn't work directly with OBS. I have to actually use OBS to capture a Discord window to have my Fuji work with OBS, which is kind of just silly and ridiculous. And I don't know if it's a conflict with that. I think it's actually with my Camlink, the Camlink 4K. So I actually ordered, I'm trying to remember what I was gonna do. I actually ordered the capture card, the Elgato, whatever that is, HD something or other, 60, 4K, 60. I got the Camlink 4K, and I feel like that's the issue, and I think it's a power issue potentially, but I'm not totally positive about that. I mean, I do have my Sony running into it at 4K, but by all accounts, that's what it's built for. It's supposed to, you know, be able to capture 4K at 60 frames a second. And I'm not even running at 60 frames a second. So, whatever, Elgato. Yeah, I don't think it's the camera though, Fanged. I mean, you know, not every piece of hardware is perfect, so it was really bad when I was using, you know, the Camlink 4K, how it comes with that USB extension cord. It was really bad when I was using that, so I just took that thing off and plugged the Camlink directly into the computer, and it got much better. So that's why I'm guessing it's an issue with the Camlink and not my camera. So I don't know what the issue is. I ordered the capture card, and hopefully that works. Of course, it shipped way sooner than they said it was going to, so I'm hoping it doesn't arrive while I'm gone. Although, you know, my girlfriend will be checking in on the kitty cat, so. Debating. I don't want to go. Shit. I was gonna maybe go a little bit lighter on the bricks, but I think I would be better off. No, I do want to go a little bit lighter. Yeah, she would not enjoy driving up to Northern California and being in the car for 7 hours She hates being in her carrier. She'll be fine, though. The nice thing is I can control my thermostat from my phone, so I'll make sure it doesn't get too cold for her. I would never lie about my cat's luxurious coat. Oh, Fanged, the capture card actually plugs into the motherboard. So it, just like a video card would. So it gets more kind of direct power and is a bit more powerful. Of course, it's also like twice the price. So, there's that. But if it makes things run smoother, I'm okay with that. Yeah. So I'm just looking at this and debating. I'll probably have to kind of finesse some of this stuff. Not probably. I will have to finesse some of this stuff as I bring more color into the skin tone and stuff. So let's get into our midtones. Oh wait, no. We're gonna do that sash first, just so we can get that nice hot blue in there and get some like legit color, right? Because it is pretty much like, just about a straight up ultramarine. Maybe a tad little bit greener. Mostly just because I think this ultramarine is ultramarine red shade, so I had to push it a little more green. Yeah, no, it's not a dumb question at all. It's has more to do with what I want the final look to be. So like there's gonna be areas, you know, like we're catching in here where I'm gonna have these like broken marks, right? Where I actually will have this warm underpainting showing through. And we'll probably see it. It kind of depends on how rendered I want to go, right? But it becomes a choice as far as like, I'm going to decide not to completely cover up the underpainting. We'll have bits where it is bleeding through, mostly because I just love that look, you know, and it's purely just a preferential thing. There is no reason that with that drawing that I have underneath, there's no reason I couldn't have just started going right into color. And so it's really just a personal choice, you know, of stylistically what you respond to, you know. And it's just something that I noticed in a lot of like kind of master paintings, especially from the kind of earlier 1900s and late 1800s. And yeah, it helps, like all, you know, what Autumn just said, it does help with kind of keying the image, just planning out your darks and lights a little bit more, you know. But it will kind of bleed into it a little bit, but what I also did, Cami, was I used Gamsol to do all this. So a lot of this stuff is actually quite dry. Like, I can scrape some of it off, but for the most part, it's actually pretty dry at this point, because that Gamsol is just mineral spirits, and it evaporates so quickly that it starts, that's why you keep it very thin, so that it's not, you're not competing with it and having it mix into all your colors, right? Because yeah, if you did it too heavy, or if you did it without any thinner, it would be a pain in the ass. And that took some figuring out, for sure. I definitely had paintings in the past where it was just I was battling against the underpainting a little too much. So and you know, it happens sometimes. But you know, at this point, with the shadows and even with the midtones, I'm gonna be keeping the paint pretty thin. I don't want to get into really heavy paint yet, right? The MO with oil painting generally, just from an archival longevity standpoint, is fat over lean, right? So we have all our heavy paint on the top layers because it's going to take longer to dry. That way the under layers dry out faster. So a lot of this stuff I'm going to keep pretty thin. Matt Sciatus Arts. There are any number of ways I could say that. Thank you for the follow. This is maybe a little too green up there. I should probably warm that up a little bit. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Annika Kina. Annie Kakina. Annika Kaina. Thank you for the follow. Matsaya Das Arts. Matsaya? Is that your actual name? In which case, where do you hail from? That's a cool name. So this stuff is mostly just for me to start kind of getting in a bit more color variation, right? And I do love the saturation that's happening on some of this stuff, so that's kind of fun. Matzia. Oh, cool. So is that a Portuguese name? Wait, which drawing, Cammy? Oh, right on. I'm not a Hare Krishna, but I am half Indian. Mama's born and raised Hindu. Oh, well, technically, Cammy, it's not quite done yet. I haven't finished the car, and I haven't finished the, what's it called? What's it called? The environment. So you haven't, like, totally missed out yet, or anything like that. Realizing this still feels too green, which is weird because I am using an ultramarine red shade. And it's still just a hair too green. Interesting. Yeah, Cammy, this one. It's not done yet. You can see the environment's not quite there. It's and it's too clean. Like, I still want to get a bit of trash and stuff on the streets. And figure out that neon sign a bit, and yeah, just get some more stuff in there. That's fair. That's fair. A booty GT350. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like some specific paintings that show that really well. You know, the underpainting showing through, and of course, I'm totally blanking on them. Um, Oh, yeah, man. Instagram has been so lame about that stuff. You know, it's like, you know, it's all based on how much interaction, how much engagement my posts get as to whether it even gets like pushed out to other people, which is so annoying. Because, yeah, that's happened to me too, where it's like, sometimes I'll think, you know what, I haven't seen something from this person for a while, and then I'll look and they'll have like 10 new posts. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't see any of this. Instagram's annoying. And it sucks because it started out where Instagram was a lot of fun, you know, and you could get some exposure on there and people would see your stuff. And then, of course, they have to just throttle everything. And it's so lame. We're gonna... Yeah, it's just like, you know, Facebook was the one that kind of started doing that first, and since they own Instagram, of course, they're just going to roll it out where it's like they just, you know, that's kind of how they get initial users, is like, look how much exposure you can get and look how easy it is to get your stuff out to people and gain a bunch of followers. And then once their user base is large enough, then they're like, okay, guess what, guys? Now you gotta either pay to play or you have to just spend way the hell too much time on Instagram. I'm like, when do you expect me to keep creating all this art that I would post on Instagram if you want me to spend all my time on Instagram? Yeah, please. Banged, do it. I know Autumn had linked me one. I don't know if it's the same. It might be the same one, but someone talking about kind of the new shit with Instagram and why your engagement might be down. But yeah, link it here. It was useful to know. You know, even though I've already kind of decided that I'm gonna maybe take a little bit of a break from Instagram for a minute. I might try pushing on Twitter a bit more because I like hardly have any following on Twitter, and Twitter doesn't fucking censor shit, which would be nice to... Yeah, that's the one that Autumn had sent me this morning. Super helpful, super useful stuff. So anyone who's trying to figure out what the hell is going on with IG right now, definitely check out that article. and know that there may or may not be anything you can do about it. Yeah, because for me, I'm like, dude, I work full time. I don't have time for most of this stuff, you know? I mean, I suppose I could start doing reels instead of doing my other videos, right? There's no reason that I can't just post those as reels, but whatever. Yeah, they basically, Instagram is one of those where they don't want people to leave Instagram. You know, like they want to keep you on there as long as possible. And it's like, dude, like, I'm sorry, what kind of lives do you think people have? You know? We gotta pay bills and shit. Plus, on top of that, Instagram doesn't have a way to monetize right now. So why the hell would people want to spend all their time on Instagram? If they don't have a built-in way to monetize, what's the point? You know? At least even TikTok, if you're above a certain amount of followers, has a built-in way if you live stream to monetize. Like people can do tips like you can set up on Twitch. You know, on TikTok, people can do tips. So, hey, Mira Yara. Thank you for the raid and welcome. Welcome. Welcome, raiders. We are doing some oil painting today. My name is Daniel Landerman. I work in the advertising world, helping to visualize movie posters and TV posters and billboards and video game covers and, you know, entertainment key art in general. That's what I do for work. On my free time, I like to paint and draw and do more narrative storytelling type of stuff. So that's what I do. I am going to... That was a third raid. Third time's the charm. Let's hope... I'm sure my camera will mess up at some point. But, raiders, if you want to... We can check out a little bit of what I do. So currently, this is the digital reference that I painted up that I am painting... using as reference for my oil painting right now. A past piece we started on stream, though it is unfinished as of yet. As of now, currently it is unfinished, but you know, we'll get there. My cyber elves. Another kind of personal project, ongoing story that's been in development for far too long. More digital painting. Mechs and nail polish, because why not? Another digital painting. This was a cover for a short story that I did that will be in my book, which you can pre-order. If you hit !links into the chat, you'll see all my links and you'll see the Dea pre-order. A watercolor piece I did last year. A little bit of brush pen fun, which was actually much smaller than this. I think the actual head was about that big, somewhere around there that I drew. Another little brush pen doodle. Some ink wash stuff. This was a thumbnail, it was maybe about that big. We did this on stream not too long ago. Some watercolor and ink. And this is some Prismacolor on acetate, which is what I often do for work as we sketch ideas for posters. Now we'll hope, I'm sure my camera will mess up again at some point. Oh, thanks. Thank you, Mira. Mira Yara. We had someone in our sketch department that used to work with us. Her name was Mira, but it's Meara. Yes, Arthur Kell. Sometimes there are 8 people in the sketch, and you do want to tear your hair out. All right. Let's get into this face, cause why not? I might bring, if I'm gonna get into the face a bit, and mostly I'm gonna focus on the skin, so I think I might bring the camera a little closer for you guys. Put this stick down somewhere, and I'm gonna adjust our angle so that you guys can see a bit more of what I'm working on, because I'm gonna be working a little smaller here, so I don't want to be working in this tiny little section while y'all are all the way back, all the way in the back. Can't have that. I know it'll cut the palette out a bit, but you know, okay, my guitar slide is getting in the way. I know it's a bit skewed right now, but there's nothing I can do about that if I want to have a clear view of what I'm doing. But we can maybe turn it a little bit. Make sure we're all focused up. I mean, some people like to, you know, see the palette. At least we can see a tiny bit of it here, but realistically, I figure you probably want to see what I'm painting a little bit more. Even though we could make the argument that the painting happens on the palette. Oh, right on. Yeah, I mean, you know, oil paint is a struggle to a degree. Not gonna lie. It's not the easiest medium in the world, but the upside is that it is pretty forgiving. You know, once you kind of get to a certain point with it. You know, obviously it's not like digital where you can just paint over and paint over, but you kind of can. You just have to like scrape it down and wipe it off if you want to totally rework something. So we're gonna get into some of these midtones now. Let's see how this all works out for us. And honestly, like a couple of, even a month ago, the oil paints felt a lot more cumbersome than they do now. I had to kind of take the time to shake the rust off because, you know, it was something that I used to use a lot in school and a fair amount for a while when I graduated. But then, you know, work just kind of took hold and had to become my focus, and oil painting fell by the wayside and made me very sad. One of the upsides with the quarantine stuff and working from home is that I get to more of this kind of stuff. Oh yeah, watercolors and oil paint. That is a tricky one, I have to say. That is one of the reasons that I kind of formed my palette, my oil paint palette, predominantly around transparent colors. Because like I love watercolors, but it gets tricky if you want to start bouncing back and forth. You have to like try and remember each time what the do's and don'ts are of each medium. Whereas I figure if I can kind of get each one to feel somewhat similar, then oil paints can almost just be the way more forgiving version of watercolor for me. So all my colors are pretty much transparent colors, except for the white and the cadmium red light. Yeah, I love gouache. I love gouache. I know, right, Fanged? No, I do miss the people, I will say. I miss the sketch team at Bond. You know? It was really nice to get into some of those art discussions at work, bounce ideas off of people, you know. Not that we can't now, but of course it's not the same when you can't do it in person. Getting a little funky. We gotta actually get the shadows in here too, or it's not gonna look right. Oh, right on. So you're a tattoo artist, huh? What? Hey, Mira, sorry, I totally forgot to say. I would love to see what you were working on stream. Sorry, I got distracted. If you want to share with us, sorry, I'm gonna, other way. There we go. If you want to share with us what you were doing on stream, I would love to see it. Just kind of indicating some shadows here. Yeah, please. Please. Link. I would like to see. Oh, damn. That's cool. So where are you based? Crazy. Those are dope. And kitties. Kitties. Nice. Damn. Ah, you're in Germany. Cool. Cool. Well, those are some impressive tattoos, I gotta say. Right on. And then art. Oh, cool. Cool. Sweet. So how do you find having two separate accounts? And I can see why you would, especially when one is geared around your profession. I had thought about it at one point, but I was just like, I have a hard enough time managing just one account. Plus, I was going to separate it where it was like one was more adult content and one was a little more family friendly. But I was like, you know what? Whatever. I'm not drawing like hardcore porn or anything. So I draw everything so people are going to see everything. But yeah, that stuff's dope. Right on. Sweet. Yeah. Which is so lame because they've been good about not censoring artwork, you know? And now I guess supposedly they might start doing that more, which sucks. Like, why would you backpedal like that? You know? Like, if they actually start cracking down on it, I mean, one, if they go retroactive on it, then pretty much my entire account will get flagged. Which, you know, it's possible. I hope not, but it's possible. Forgot she's got this band here. Gotta keep that top on one way or another. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, raid! Another raid! Sam Gushu! Raiders! Welcome! Sam Gushu, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Sam, how was your stream? And what did you work on? Isiantos, thanks for the follow. I will get into the whole spiel, but I wanted to not lose my train of thought with the painting. It's so much easier with digital painting for me to just be like, oh, hey, this is what I do. By the way, Raiders, welcome. My name is Daniel Landerman, as you probably guessed by the, Twitch channel. Sam J. Frazier, thanks for the follow. I am an illustrator and sketch artist in advertising, helping to visualize movie posters and TV posters and video game covers and all that kind of stuff. On my free time, I like to paint and draw my own, more narrative, storytelling-oriented kind of work. Sam, if there's anything you want to show, like what you were working on stream, or any of your social media or whatever, please feel free. Link. We are link friendly around these parts. Since, if people just start abusing it, we can just ban them. And that's fun too. I'm gonna have to get into the highlights here or not highlights, but the light. Since we're mostly in mid-tone right now, we are gonna have to get into the lights here pretty quick. But let's get this stuff working the way we want. Smack that bottom. Let's see. Oh, cool. Dude, I love that. I love that. Checking out your Instagram. Your stuff's dope. Dig it. Give you a follow. Followed you on Twitter too. And let's give you a follow on the old Twitch. Sweet. Yeah, that stuff's tight. Thank you for sharing. Well, Cammy, it was bottom as in B autumn, you know, because ban doesn't work as easily as it does with like Banial. So we were trying to figure out who the ban version of autumn is, and bottom was the first thing that came up. So I said, smack that bottom. But regardless of how I said it, there is nothing wrong with that. We are judgment-free here. Yeah, honestly, like I don't actually know if sea elves are a thing. I just envisioned elves that spend much time on ships exploring, and sea elves are kind of like, was just a very easy way to describe that. I don't know that I would actually land on literally calling them sea elves in the story, but potentially. Oh, right on. Yeah, so I did like the idea of them kind of having a sort of a cooler skin tone. Now this is at night, so that's pushed a bit more, where the whole palette is going very, very cool. I think in full daylight, maybe they wouldn't look quite as blue. Although honestly, if you put Uh, wait, what was your question, Cammy? The next question, and maybe you'll have some. Oh. What would you say are the benefits of a larger canvas versus a smaller one? Obviously, when you work digitally, you can just blow it up. Yeah. No, that's a good question, Cammy. A lot of that, honestly, when it comes to drawing and painting, it again comes down to preference. I think, like, I actually prefer to work a little bit smaller, not super tiny. Like, I'm not going to go all Jerome on it and break out the little tiny round brushes and render, like, you know, render faces that are like the size of my thumbnail, you know. I can't, that does not sound fun to me at all. I don't even like going much smaller than this on a face, but that's kind of, again, it's just a personal preference. Some people love just working on little tiny details. And, you know, a larger canvas allows you to work a little looser, but still have it tighten up when you take a few steps back. So, you know, there's a nice benefit there. But again, I also don't like to work too large either. So yeah, smaller can mean quicker, because you don't have to cover as much space with paint. You don't have to you don't have to mix up as much paint either. And you know, like, one mark can describe whatever you're trying to describe. Sometimes, I'm not saying like every single time all you need is one mark, but you know, you can get away with a lot more in that regard on a smaller canvas. So, damn, that looks really saturated, like super blue compared to what I'm actually seeing. But that's okay. Whatever. Ain't gonna be perfect. Yeah, it's fine. I am not using a saturated mode. I have this on normal. It could be the auto white balance though, if I had to guess. And let's see if we can tweak this just a little bit and get some actual white in here, because that's usually a good way to go. I just don't know if that'll shift back, or it'll just do that. That's cool. Look, that looks so much better, you guys. Whatever. Oh man. Let's see here. Hey, Fang, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad he could make it. Think I might be on for a little bit tomorrow, but I'm not sure. I gotta like clean up and stuff before I drive up to Northern California, see my mom. I don't like coming back to, you know, a messy place, although my place is not messy, so there's actually not much cleanup to do. Oh no, sorry, I got your messages mixed up. Sam, I will catch you later. Thank you for the raid, and hopefully I'll catch one of your streams, because I love that piece that you showed me. That was fucking awesome. Fang, you're still here. And I'm glad you're still here. Hello, little one. Oh, it's about that time, huh? It is about that time. What you doing? What you doing? We'll bring Dana in for a little bit of FaceTime before we feed the beast. Oops, wrong, that one. I wanted that one. That one. Bring the kitty in. Come on, come say hi. Come say hi. You. Oh, there she is. There she is. There she is. There's a little one. There's a little demon. My little demon child. Yeah. Yeah. Good in. Good in. See? Yeah? She just wants food. Yeah. 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 Yeah, she's like, dude, feed me, feed me. Yeah. All right. We'll feed her. You want food? Yeah. Come on. There you go. All right. Happy little cat. Happy little cat. And of course now I will have cat hair on me for the rest of the time. But that's what I get for, you know, manhandling her. It's worth it. I regret nothing. She was. She has chilled out in many, many ways. Not everything is a fight to the death any longer. Frozen. Frozen. I one of these days I'm gonna have to figure out what the hell is going on, because that's not the solve. That doesn't fix it. You're not making it better. Oh, you. You. Hang on. Hang on. Is it just gonna be like, no, there we are. And we're back. And we're back. It can be that frozen if you want, Autumn. Now, I said this was going to be looser than what I envisioned the final one being, but who knows? It might not end up being that much looser. It will be looser than, the reference that I painted up, because the whole point really with reference is to give myself more detail than I need, right? Because I want to be able to edit stuff out. So, Dana, you're gonna be famous. It's tough because while I do want to go looser, I also do enjoy like rendering faces to a degree. Cat fuzz. Like I don't like to render every little thing, but I do like to get into some of the smaller forms. Oh yeah, she is. Realizing these eyes. It's the eyes, really. When you get into this size, like, you really have to make a decision as far as how detailed do you really want to go on these? Because I could get in there and do some craziness. I'm so tempted because I love eyes, but I don't know if that'll serve me well here or not, or if I just want to kind of like leave them a little bit looser. I'm not sure. And Cammy, I have no control over my moderator. Sorry. He can do what he wants, and I can do nothing to stop him. And there was the subject, right, of being able to, Cammy, I think you had said, since you can like zoom in on digital, right? And there is, I think sometimes there's a weakness that's a weakness in digital, because we can just zoom in and detail out and detail out and detail out. And what happens when we do that, and it's something that I'm very aware of when I illustrate digitally, is, okay, yes, I could zoom in and detail some stuff, and it's tricky, especially when we end up with, like, say, some kind of a montage where we have these larger figures and then some smaller figures in there, you know, where if we were doing it traditionally, we wouldn't be able to detail out beyond the limits of the tools that we're using, right? Whereas digital allows us to just, like, do that. You know, El Mismo Dex, thanks for the follow, and thank you for the kind words. So when I'm painting digitally, I try and keep in mind, like, what's the level of detail that this piece can that this piece can bear, right? So I'll just kind of decide, okay, I am not going to make my brush smaller than, you know, whatever, so that I know that I don't do any details smaller than that, right? Because I don't like the look necessarily in a digital piece if I have a large face that's like super loose, and then all of a sudden we have these tiny faces that are extremely detailed. To me, that looks very disjointed. So, you know, I want the smallest details in the large areas to be equivalent to the details in the small areas. So there, you know, that is definitely kind of, I think, something we sometimes take for granted in digital stuff, is just being able to just zoom in and detail to our heart's content. And then it's kind of like, well, what are the limits, you know? Where does that stop? Right? light going on in here. Rare avant-garde rat. Thank you for the follow. Actually, that's not a little too much light. Just looking at some of these. Again, I want the, because if we think about the light source, which is the moon, that would be causing typically highlights. Uh-oh, Cammy. You want some tunes, huh? We can do some tunes. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. This is a good point to, you know, take a little break and play some tunes. We can do that. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, okay. Here, we'll get into the cigar box guitar spirit of things. How about that? Get our Stetson on. Got our denim apron. Actually, I don't want the pick today. There's a little bit of tunage for you. R. Frosty, I did not make that guitar. I've made one cigar box guitar, and I do want to make some more, but that one I actually bought online from this guy out in Russia. As it says on the guitar, it says, "The blues lives in Russia." And honestly, like, I've bought others, and that one's still my favorite. I really like that guitar a lot. I like the kind of sort of banjo sound that it has. It's a lot of fun. Okay, looking at this, I don't want so much contrast. Sometimes you have to be careful depending on how much you want them to be like furrowing their brow, you know? You might not want them to furrow their brow too much, so you gotta be careful with that. Thanks for redeeming that one, Cammy. That was fun. What's funny is I actually forgot about it. I forgot I put that up there. Nose here. And get a little closer. All right, we'll have to get a little bit of detail in, I think, on the eyes. But always got to be careful about. It's easy to go too light on the whites of the eyes. Oh, camera broke. Camera broke. Dude, I don't understand. Like, it worked so great last night. I didn't change anything. It was working great this morning when I tested it out. I didn't change anything. Who knows, maybe the difference is that I'm streaming now, but still, I don't see why that would, because that has nothing to do with the camera, right? The camera doesn't know if I'm streaming or not. It's putting out a live feed no matter what. Eyes. That's what we're doing. All of the links, mostly. Yeah. Folks, if you want to check out the pre-order for the book, it's there in the links. I gotta say, I'm pretty excited about it. I gotta adjust this cheek. God damn it. I don't understand. I don't understand, camera. Why can't you just behave? I feel like sometimes it has to do some weird, like, warming up thing. Like, it'll break a bunch for a while, and then it'll be fine. Usually until I change something. Like, meaning just change the scene or something in OBS. And then it's like, screw you. But I don't know why. Because computers ain't perfect. That's why. See if we can. Cool. It's always a good idea to get at least a little bit of light indication on the hair of the eyebrows, because it's still a physical form that's kind of turning along the brow ridge, right? The bone. No, I'm using the 6600 on them. Or are you talking about the resolution? Oh, the video card. No, the 2070 Super is my video card. I forgot. I really should look into, because it was really supposed to just be a holdover. I have no idea if any of the 30s are available yet or not. I haven't paid any attention to that. Okay. That's so weird, man. Like, everyone else has been able to get, you know, like, production and shit back on track. So I don't know why they can't get their shit together and get some more cards out. And I can't believe that, like, one of the most advanced video card companies didn't even have a way to battle bots. They should be ashamed of themselves and their families. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, honestly. Like, just all around, you know, whether it's computer stuff or anything else. Like, it's so shitty to just, like, price everybody out. And it's just like, especially the timing of it, you know, that I'm like, you're doing this at a time where, you know, people are just like, there's enough bullshit going on in the world, enough bad stuff going on, and then you're gonna, like, do that? People that are, like, you know, a record number of people out of work, and then you're gonna go ahead and just, like, jack up the price on something that was literally meant to be affordable for people, you know, because they wanted to actually, like, make a difference in the marketplace. And it's just like, dude, no shame for the people that are running those bots. Like, pure, just unadulterated capitalism in the worst way possible. Go away, weird little fly. Nobody likes you. Ooh, a little jazzy time. Little jazzy time. Alright. Water. Let's get some stuff over here. Yes. I find this especially when I'm oil painting, you know, because I feel like the fumes kind of have an effect, and drinking water, I mean, obviously the fumes have an effect, but my point was drinking water seems to help with that. Damn camera. I'll kill you! Camera! Why do you do this to me? So annoying. Do I? You know what it is, mostly? What's funny is that if you look at my recent stuff, I don't, you know? Any of the stuff where I have is generally like kind of rehashing an older post. And the reason that I would before was because I was doing a lot of those sketches as warm-ups before jumping into work, right? But I was doing them at work. So it's not like I could sit there and spend hours and hours and hours. I had to kind of get something done in like 90 minutes and you know, if that, hour to 90 minutes, and then just get into work. And realistically, if you're as picky about clothing as I am, it takes a long time to design a cool outfit. And I just didn't have that much time. So it was easier to just not put clothes on them. Right, and then on top of that, I didn't want to just do, like, I wasn't trying to work off a photo reference, right? So I was doing it out of my head, plus I had very limited time to get any of my own drawings done, so, you know, so that's where I would just, you know, it's kind of the best of both worlds, but that's also why I was like, well, elf ears, you know, so it's like, and they would go a bit more on the kind of tribal side, a little Celtic and stuff, where nudity was not such a big deal, you know. And it's only, the funny thing is, it's only by modern society's standards that nudity is somehow this like super sexual thing, you know. Like, it's not always a sexual thing, or at least I don't view it that way. Maybe I'm like too European for my own good or something, I don't know. But I get tired of the fucking asinine people like on Instagram that just assume because there's nudity, it's automatically sexual. And it's like, all right, dude, you gotta fucking broaden your mind a little bit. And if you can't see nudity without going to a sexual place, you got some control issues there, bro. Did we? Yeah, you're right. Yep, we did. We did. But yeah, that, you know, that's where it's like, I'm not going to be responsible for other people's like kind of lack of artistic vision. Like I don't really care about that. Not my problem. It's my corner of the internet. I do what I want. Take it or leave it. I don't care one way or the other. And you know what? If my girlfriend likes it, I'm cool with it. Well, luckily, Circef or Circef, you could go right back to the beginning of the VOD when we're done, and you can catch the entire thing. So far, anyway. I honestly thought I was going to get a little further on this today, but at the same time, you know, it takes longer to do this stuff on stream. Let's get her the deals on her head, the jewelry there. I want to, 'cause I'm getting annoyed like painting around it. Oh, this is an adult-friendly stream, Tammy. We welcome F-bombs. Thanks, Viscera. Yeah, we'll see how much of that we get into here. I definitely want to achieve, you know, as much of that as I can in the final piece. And this is kind of good practice for how I might tackle it. And it doesn't need much, really. Like, we're just talking about some kind of contact shadow, and then which, by the way, never a good idea to just try and like paint that kind of detail. I'm doing this knowing that I'm gonna paint back in to chisel out that form, right? We're not trying to treat this stuff as lines. We always want to be thinking of it as form, you know. In this case, right? Unless we're doing something that is based around line art. So sure. I don't even know. My boy Uwu, I don't understand half of what you just said. I mean, I understand the words Elf of the Dark Waters. I don't know if that's referencing something or not. If it is, I don't know what it's referencing. but this is kind of just my own thing. I just like the idea of these elves that spend a lot of time on their ships out at sea and have, rather than going with the typical like flesh colored skin, which I didn't want to do, I wanted to kind of err more on the side, like I think their skin would be kind of grayish, not like super dark. I don't want them to go like necessarily the dark elf route, but not like your typical flesh tone. So, Pirates of the Dark Water. No, I have not seen that. What is it? It sounds familiar, but I know I haven't seen it. Also, if you want to see... Can I reach? Ref. Oh, like old school? I don't know. That was weird. I wonder why the camera did that. Anyway, that's the reference that I painted up, right? The digital version for anyone who is joining us lately. You can look there, and that is what I'm referencing for my oil painting, because I figured, screw it, I'm going to create my own reference, because I know how to do that. So let's do it. Now this kind of stuff I have a lot of fun with, where we start getting a bit of the simultaneous contrast, right? You'll hear me talk about that every now and then. Almost once per stream, maybe more, where we get just the only thing differentiating the material sometimes is a shift in color or saturation. Right? That's a lot of fun to play with. Yeah, Sursif, that's something, for me it started mostly because like earlier on I wasn't quite sure how to finish something, because I was so used to just like doing these rough pieces. Right, and then I actually started working as a sketch artist. Even though, I had already kind of started developing an almost like sketchy finish style, right? And it's a tricky thing as a sketch artist. It's like you're not just turning in like unfinished tight drawings, right? The loose pieces have to feel finished. Otherwise, they'll be like, why isn't this done? Right? So it is kind of a different skill set, and one that the first step for me has always been giving yourself permission. Oh, damn camera. Sorry. One of these days, it'll chill out. maybe when I get my actual capture card, it will chill out. So part of it is just giving yourself permission to keep things. God damn it. I'll kill you, camera. Come on. I really think it's not the camera. I'm almost positive it's the cam link that the camera is hooked up to. I'm pretty sure it's a little buggy and spotty. So it is driving me a little crazy, but it could be worse. And it was worse on Sunday. God damn it. Which camera? Because my Fuji won't even supposedly, honestly I haven't tried it, but supposedly my Fuji is not even compatible with the Camlink 4K. So, but I'm not opposed to at least trying it. So. Wait, what was that? Oh, Jessica Ross, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Welcome to the party. Oh, we should get her ear in there. Sir Seth, thank you for the follow. Realizing I want to get some of this stuff in here, and she's got these little gold points or bronze points on the tip of her ear, right? Okay, camera. Really? It's like, not only am I gonna bug out, I'm just gonna be like, here's a black screen. That's cool. See, it'll be like perfectly fine for a while, and then it just decides that was long enough, and it's been too long without some drama. And does not want to adhere to my drama-free rules. This is a drama-free zone, yo. Oh, right. Yeah, all the Dune stuff. Yeah. No, that stuff was dope. And yeah, I mean, honestly, it's tricky. It is a learned thing. And depending, like sometimes you arrive at it yourself, but if it's something that you want to kind of aim for, then yeah, it's, part of it is, not just giving yourself permission to keep things looser, but also figuring out a few marks that you can use that are very versatile, right? Like as far as sketch art is concerned, that's kind of the key, right? You you have a handful of different kinds of marks that you make, but depending on how you push and pull those, right, squash and stretch, scale up, scale down, they can say a lot of different things, right? So maybe you only have 10 different marks you oscillate between, but depending on how you use them, they say everything that you need them to say. And that's the other key, is that if you're going to put down loose marks, they need to be indicative of whatever it is that you're trying to depict, right? They need to get across the form and shape language of that thing that you're trying to show. And so that's where the looser stuff is often more difficult, right? It's a bit more of a challenge because you have to understand what it is you're painting that much more to be able to show it in a loose manner and have it feel complete. And it's not an easy thing to do. Yes, the mark needs to feel confident. I'm getting a little more gold in there. I think I'm gonna maybe have it catching, because remember over here we've got this interior really warm kind of thing, so I might catch a little bit of that kind of warm light. Yeah, and honestly, it will feel like a bit of a battle for a while. It's not something that, it's not something where I can just say one thing and have it magically click for you, unfortunately. It really is kind of just a matter of a lot of trial and error on your part, and, really working at it, right? It's all about the mileage, to be honest. I do want to get a little bit of the transillumination in her ear, but I want that to be subtle because she's not technically like backlit. So it's something that you're only really gonna see if you look close, and that's okay. I don't need it to be super duper obvious. Right? Yeah, muscle memory is key as well, especially if you want kind of the more confident mark making. Muscle memory is huge, which is where that repetition kind of comes in. I want the lights on, or the like highlight on her diadem thing to be a little bit hotter, but not too warm. Right. I want the highlight to go really close to the highlight that's on her skin. Just because I want to kind of meld the two, so. don't want much separation. Right. Zemi Brush, thank you for the follow. Having the lights, the highlight from the jewelry kind of bleed into the highlight on the skin helps those things feel like thinner, right? So they don't feel like super thick metal, which I just don't want them to be that. So anything I can do to kind of push that highlight right underneath them got a little too warm, so I'm gonna cool that off. It's tricky because I don't want to cake on the paint there, but I already kind of got it on there pretty heavy, but it's just a little too warm. Catch glare if I turn that too much. It's too bad. That's okay. Also, repetition. It bears repeating that repetition is key. That's a little too blue, I think. I like some of the warmer stuff that's happening. So we're gonna warm up some of this. I think her skin started getting a little too cool in areas. I don't mind if the highlights go cool, but I don't actually want the skin to get too cool. The highlights can go cool because of the light source that is being reflected, right? Which is the moon, which in this world at least is a rather cool light source. So and the tattoos are something where I could, start painting them while while the paint is still wet. It would have a certain look, but I think, I'm not going to go like super, super detailed with them on this one anyway, but I do want to get a hint of them in here. So, but my guess is I will wait for this to dry a bit, which is one of the reasons I'm not using the walnut oil gel very much on this, because I actually do want it to dry some. So I know she's got some jewelry and stuff over there, but I'm debating if I don't know if I want to move past the face just yet. Although, I mean, I do like how her face looks. And honestly, like, if we didn't have the... I mean, there's some shadows, some forms in there I still want to get. And a little bit of variety in the warms and cools. But... you know, it's a little different because you guys are actually seeing the digital study that I did first, right? Whereas if you guys didn't see that, then obviously like this wouldn't feel like it needed any more detail. But because we've seen the digital study, which is more detail, you know, it's a tough one because I have to kind of turn that off, right? Like I said, I did that one knowing that the digital painting would be more detailed than the finished piece, right? Because I want some of that freshness and looseness to stay in here. I don't want to just render stuff. Plus, those kinds of little tiny details are just a giant pain in the ass. I mean, not a giant pain in the ass. I could do them. I think I have a brush that's small enough to hit most of those, but it's a matter of if I want to. The walnut oil gel compared to, say, Gamsol is a matter of like because I use mostly Gamsol on this, I think within about 24 hours, maybe a day and a half, like this would be probably dry enough for me to like glaze on top of, like it would be dry to the touch. Whereas if I had used walnut oil gel for all of this, it would probably take another like 3 days for this to actually be dry enough to paint on. Again, it depends. So the whole point of using the walnut oil is if you want to paint wet into wet, but you can't do it all in one sitting, right? Then walnut oil or walnut oil gel are fantastic for that, because then you can paint and you can come back to it a day or 2 days later and the paint is still wet, that you can still mix wet into wet on the canvas. Whereas with Gamsol, it's going to dry it out much faster because it's mineral spirits. And Sursef, that sucks. Now I feel like a Gamsol hoarder because I have a bunch of Gamsol. I'm like those assholes that go and buy up all the toilet paper, except I've had my Gamsol for years, so I don't actually feel bad, but... That's crazy. I didn't know there was a Gamsol shortage anywhere. Or were people using it for like hand sanitizer? Because I would advise against it. Hmm. I don't know where gambling is even. Does that include like terpenoid? Because I know terpenoid makes some products that are basically the same as Gamsol. Alright, we might as well get all the skin down at least, right? We don't need to get into rendering all of it if we don't want to, but... I mean, like, I don't like the terpenoid natural. I don't like that weird artificial citrus scent that it has. But I think terpenoid is basically the same thing as Gamsol. I think they're both natural mineral spirits at least. Oh yeah. And if you can find Duraline, I would recommend that over Duralar. Different company. Seth Cole makes Duraline, and that technique just works better. Duralar, it like, I don't know, it dries differently on there, and whenever I've tried to erase out, it's like, I just don't have the control on Duralar that I do on Duraline. Duralar is good for other things. I think it's better with wet media. Seth Cole. Sethcole. And it's DURA-LENE. Two words. Seth Cole. They're actually based just a little south of me. But yeah, yep, that's it. And it's acetate just like Duralar is, but just the surface treatment is different. It works a lot better with pencil than Duralar does. But on the other hand, it is harder to find. I have yet to see... People have told me that Yupo paper is similar, or like one of the papers that they make is similar, but I have not tried it out, so I cannot attest to that at all. New idea. But I just know there was one time where we got a delivery of Duralar instead of Duraline because the person placing the order didn't know the difference. And I didn't realize the difference until I went to tone on the back. And it really didn't do what I wanted it to do. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I picked up the paper and I'm like, this feels different. And then we looked at the package and it was Duralar. Like, oh, that's why. Because Graphics makes Duralar. Which again, I know like Scott Fisher does dope stuff on Duralar, but he's working with like inks and things. So it seems like it takes liquid media and stuff much better than Duraline, because Duraline does not play well with liquid media at all. Also gonna get, let's mix up this color again. I wanna I want to the coins, right? Because I don't know if you guys remember, or if anyone here was part of the original streams when we were painting these characters up. But remember, my idea is that this top that she has is actually made from coins, right? Inkwell, hello. It's actually made from coins, and because they travel all over, she has like different coins from different countries and stuff. Rather than coming up with some kind of like weird fashion thing or something of like, you know, like I don't know what the story is behind Red Sonja's weird coin bikini, but in this case, hey Farron Moore, thank you for the follow, Farron. In this case, though, within their own culture, they don't actually. She wouldn't wear a top. She only put this on because they're in the human lands, and it's just for the humans' benefit. But once they go back on their ship or whatever, then she won't need to wear. She wouldn't wear this. Hello from Turkey. Awesome. Oh, that's cool. That's good to know. They made it out of pennies, huh? That's cool. I can dig it. Yes, for the humans community guidelines. I mean, I really did, like, I started only putting the top on her in the original because I was doing it on Twitch. But then I thought, oh, well, what if it is an actual, like, it's made of coins and it's from all the different places that she's traveled to. And I'm like, well, that's kind of cool, actually. I'm okay with that. You know? I dig it. And it's interesting because, you know, it's really hard for a lot of people to kind of separate themselves from whatever current cultural norms and tropes and taboos they're immersed in, right? But like, if you look at the way India currently is around nudity, right? And yet you look at many of their ancient paintings, right? Like when I went to the Ellora and Ajanta caves out in Aurangabad in India, you know, the ancient Buddhist, Jain, and Hindu cave sites. And what got delivered? Oh, there's some stuff waiting for me. Whatever. You know, and these sites are like 2,000, 2,500 years old. And the scenes that they depict, nobody's wearing shirts, and they're not like sex scenes. They're just people like hanging out, you know, hanging out and like having picnics and chilling and whatever. Like they're just kind of everyday scenes, and nobody is wearing tops, men and women, because you think about it, like India gets, depending on where you are, it gets fucking hot, and out in Aurangabad, where it's way inland, it gets really hot there. I don't know if they were depicting specifically scenes from that locale or just kind of like general, because it was kind of a pilgrimage site, so people would come from all over. really, really amazing cave sites carved directly out of the rock, right? And yet now, I don't want to say it. Whatever. I mean, those mentalities changed depending on who was then in charge of India, and I don't want to say like it was because of these people or those people, but we can safely say things changed when different cultures became rulers there, aside from the Hindus. No, it wasn't even. It was pre-Western. Well, I guess no. It was before the British. It was the Mughal Empire, when the Mughal Empire came in and they had Mughal rule. It's not. It wasn't all the emperors, but there was a lot of nastiness where they were trying to breed out the Hindus, right? And the Hindus, and it's not like they were totally faultless, right? All it took was like if one of their women got raped, they would ostracize them. And it's like, well, it wasn't her fucking fault, But that was one of the ways that they were trying to breed out the Hindus. And it's fucked up and dark time, one of the many dark times in their history. And then, of course, yeah, with the Brits, I'm sure, like, things went even, went still further that way. But prior to all that, the Hindus were very open-minded and pretty enlightened people. Right? I mean, you look at the introduction of the start of the Vedic age in India, which was, when did that start? 4,000 years ago or something, I think. It's about when it started. Hey, thanks for the host, Lee HD. When they were living in the kind of Indus River Valley there. And what happened was, like, they had the foresight to see that they were growing in population, right? And the river valley that they were currently in did not have enough resources to support where they were headed. And so they disbanded, right? They had like a city that was growing, and they disbanded and decided to then live in smaller villages and stuff so that they wouldn't tax the natural resources that they had. Like, that's pretty damn enlightened. Oh, is it Lee ADD? Lee Ad? No, I was right. Lee AHD. Liad. Oh, I see. Liad. I gotcha. Hello. Welcome, Liad. And thank you again for the host. So that's where it's interesting to me that when people look at something that is clearly not of their culture or a modern culture, and yet they cannot help but judge it through the goggles of said modern culture. And I don't understand that. I've never really understood that, you know? Even as a kid looking at like Frazetta's paintings, I never questioned that, like, that they were just in a culture where clothing did not hold the same meaning as it does in today's culture. You know what I mean? There was some warrior nomad, and, you know, Chanel wasn't a thing. Now, don't get me wrong. I love fashion, but by today's standards, I love fashion. I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, well, they never would have worn this, because funny enough, there's plenty of documentation that says historically they would, or someone would, you know? And that's what's weird to me, when, because I've had people on Instagram try and definitively tell me a girl would never blah, 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 you know, or a person would never blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, yeah, maybe not in whenever it was, 2018, 2019, 2020. Sure. Maybe. But what's funny is that clothed bathing, clothed swimming is a more recent thing, less than 100 years. Less than 100 years. As uptight as we might think of people being in some of those, you know, early 1900s eras, it was normal to go skinny dipping. That was like a super normal thing. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's interesting. I always know when someone has not even bothered to do any of their homework when I get definitive statements like that saying, a girl would never, I don't know, go into battle half naked. I'm like, I don't know. The old ass illustrations of the Picts might say otherwise, and in fact, I mean, there's so much documentation of different European tribes doing exactly that, right? As a way of showing how badass they were. I'm not saying they always did it, or even that all of them did it, because that's not the case either. Like, we can't say that, oh, this was normal. You know, when the Picts went into battle, they were naked. No, but some of them were. Yeah. I mean, there's, you know, things change, and as you said, you know, it's not a straight line. It's like we go through all kinds of different processes in cultural evolution, right? Interesting. Mice. You know how many mice it would take to make clothing? So were their clothes really small, or were their clothes just made of tons of little mice? You know, like, did they just not bother wearing a whole bunch, or were they wearing? Okay, interesting. And honestly, like, some of that started, I'm not gonna lie, some of it started because, like, I was looking at Frazetta and I wanted to draw some of the stuff that he was drawing, but it did feel like, no, there must have been something like this somewhere, right? Because it just makes sense to me. And so, yeah, I had to kind of research and look for stuff and dig things up, and you know, it's kind of weird if you're specifically looking for, you know, nudity and culture. And I guess that's not weird, actually, because I do have a certain interest in kind of cultural anthropology. I find that stuff very fascinating. So it's not that weird. Really, it's not that weird. That was kind of weird, but we're back in the club. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing is for people to think that we're creating anything that's like brand new these days after being around for how many thousands and thousands of years. I'm like, I don't know how much new shit we're really putting out in the world. Like, of course, it will change as technology allows us to kind of make things in different ways, but I just don't think conceptually we're really doing a whole lot of new stuff. I'm trying to get a little bit of, and I know it'll be hard to see on stream. No, but you can kind of see it. There's a little bit of temperature variation happening, right? I don't want everything to seem like it's made out of the exact same material, so I'm gonna definitely play with a bit of temperature variation on some of these where we get into, maybe some of them are some kind of a silver colored coin. I don't want to go too crazy with it. Like, I don't want it to look rainbow or anything, but I want a little bit of difference. Like, maybe there's some copper, maybe there's some bronze, brass. Maybe iron. I don't know if I'll go there, but, iron ingots were a thing. It's possible we could do that. Right. And, we would definitely deal with that. Oxidation. Oh yeah, for sure. I just don't know if I want to go like kind of that sort of dark and camera behave. Or I don't know what I'll do. I need you, so behave. I was like sitting there kind of oscillating on getting the video, or the, not the video card, but the capture card. And now I'm wishing I had ordered it earlier so that I could have tested it out. Oh well. Oh well. Like in that reference, I like the cool. I'll have to probably just get into some white and manganese blue to try and capture that cool highlight over there, but I dig it. The temperature of the light would restrict that, but also the power of the light, like, right? Because we need light to excite the electrons, right? To show us the color, the actual color. So yeah, I'm taking a lot of artistic license. Like if this was a full moon night, now you can see a little bit of color under a full moon. There is usually enough light if it's a clear night to see some color, but I'm pushing that a bit just to make it a little more interesting. Otherwise it would be largely monochromatic, and I just didn't really, that's not where I wanted to go with this. So but more than temperature, unless you're getting like super colored lights, right? Like with gels across them. Then yes, the temperature affects it, but not as much as the brightness will. Right. Yes, I do. But the funny thing is that I'll use lighting reference a lot at work because we usually, oftentimes art directors will have a very specific lighting scenario in mind, right? So they'll give us reference for what they have in mind. So I'll use that kind of lighting reference, but then I don't always feel like I need it. Usually I feel like I can kind of figure it out, right? But not always. There are times that it's like, okay, what the hell would this look like? Especially if it's something you're not really used to seeing. Like, how often do we really go out and study stuff at night with the intention of painting from it, right? Not nearly as much as we do during the day. So, you know, that's where you know, you'd have to look up not just photography, because the camera is going to capture a lot more color than your eye, right? Because the camera will do all kinds of like automatic shit, and yeah, it'll just pick up way the hell more color than you actually see. So it's not realistic in that sense. So what I will often do, if I'm kind of tackling something that's a little more tricky, I will do a combination of looking up photography reference as well as painting reference from painters that I know would have done some painting from life, right? Whether, in this case, whether that's at night or something else. Because oftentimes painters who are painting from life, their color and value range will be far more accurate than the camera. The camera's going to edit 50% of the information, more or less, right? Even when you're shooting raw, it's editing out, it's crunching values, it's, unless you sit there and take multiple exposures, right? To really, and then combine them all in like some kind of a HDR image. The camera's just gonna edit the shit out of values and colors, and it's not actually gonna be accurate to what your eye would see. So I try not to rely too heavily on photography for reference if I can avoid it. Hey, hey ho, hey yo. Hey yo. There we go. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to kind of rely on photos, but it's also like we just have to be aware that it does edit stuff out. And I do rely on photos heavily. I mean, we kind of have to. But we just have to be mindful of how the camera tends to change things, and if that's the look we want. It might be. Maybe you do want something to have that kind of in-camera look, which is fine. Totally cool. As long as it's on purpose, you know? I want to get the two colors, 4 big beads, right? They're dark red and dark green. It's like a blue-green. That Indian yellow is so strong, gotta be kind of like mindful of that. It just wants to. And it's a warmer yellow, but it's a strong enough pigment that I can still get a cooler color from it, because it has enough pigment to be able to handle that. Yeah, Frosty, I do love that painting, by the way. Night Watch. Yeah, Rembrandt was a badass like that. Behave, camera. Debating if I want to go as cool with the lights as I did in the digital piece. I mean, I really like it, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want to go that blue with the lights. But I might. Yes, I do, Sursif, actually. And it's honestly, it's usually people that just can't see past the fact that can't see past the fact that I'm a... Come on, camera, be good, be good. You got this, you got... Nope, you don't. You're gonna do that, okay. Come on, Camlink, you got this, bro. Word, I think. We'll see. Nope. Dude. Come on, man. Come on. So it's usually people that can't. I'm just waiting for it to. All right. We good? We good? Can't see past the fact that I'm a male drawing mostly nude females, and they simplify it that down to simply that, right? And they don't even look at the fact that they are pretty much always fierce, very capable, very confident. Like, I would never depict them as any kind of a victim ever. And but they don't see to that point. Hey, Under Fire 987, welcome and thank you for joining. And so yeah, I've definitely caught shit and people that think they have like the perfect argument for why what I'm doing is wrong or whatever, and it's usually some super oversimplified like lame ass argument. And the reality is, kind of as I said before, I love fashion design. I love drawing clothes, but most of my sketches are done as warm-ups for work, and I don't have the time to sit there and design cool clothing. Plus, I'm not going to throw clothes on them because nudity is somehow inappropriate. And I'm like, dude, I don't see it that way. I just don't. And so I really I don't really care what they have to say about it in that regard. Especially when they think like, well, take the outfits you draw and put them on a man and see if it looks right. If it doesn't, then you're being sexist. And I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that you go and shop in the men's section for everything? You only wear men's clothing? Or wait a second, or do you actually wear women's clothing? In which case, what is the difference? Yes, I could do that. And strictly speaking, our elf male in this painting is actually wearing less than the female, to be honest. Let's see if I have it up here. Yeah, so let's look at this. Let's look at this, shall we? Here's our full piece. And maybe they're wearing about the same because her midriff is showing, whereas his is covered, but he's he ain't got no real top on. So guess what? They're pretty much wearing the same thing. So when it comes down to it, when it really counts, yes, it works. It works. This playlist is just from Epidemic Sound. They do basically all stuff that's meant for streaming, so we don't have to deal with any of the lame-ass DMCA stuff. So it's just a playlist that I've kind of curated, just pouring through their music and picking what I like, for different moods and stuff. I wanted a playlist that was long enough that would hopefully not get too repetitive. But, so that being said, yes, in this case, of course, the two characters are essentially wearing almost a uniform, right? Like, it's what they would wear on the ship. Do I often draw stuff that is more, scandalous? Yes. However, again, the girls are always in a position of power. And sorry, but most of the girls I know, they like looking sexy. That gives them a certain amount of confidence and power in what they do. They do. We all like to look good, whatever that means, in some way, shape, or form, right? So I don't know. I don't buy into the whole, oh, well, just swap the clothing, and because it's not seamless, right? I'm sorry, but I have not seen a lot of men in spaghetti string tank tops. I just haven't seen a lot of girls. So it's not as cut and dry as people like to make it sound. I mean, you can do it, sure, if you kind of want to be funny or make a statement. Absolutely. Like I'm all for it. You know, and I don't care. Hey, if a dude wants to wear spaghetti string tank tops, awesome, go for it. You know, again, man, I do not judge. Like, I've got better things to do with my time than decide what people can and can't wear. I want people to wear whatever makes them feel good. You know, that's the whole point of fashion. That's the whole point of clothing. And if it makes them feel good to go out mostly naked and kick some monster's ass, sweet, do it. I am still at it today. I decided I was gonna do like a long stream today. Oh, they send you the info on the new OBS that helps block. No. Oh, cool. Thank you, Paradox. Right on. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, because you know what? Oh, Cammy, yeah, I was just saying, like, some people have tried online to come up with that argument, you know, with my drawings, that it's like, oh, well, put a man in the same clothing and see if it works, to know whether you're being, I think they were saying whether I was being misogynistic or not. And I was just like, dude, it's not, I'm sorry, men and women generally will say, in most cases, men and women do not wear the same clothing. They just don't. And that's why I was saying, like, I don't see a lot of guys in spaghetti string tank tops. Granted, if they want to wear them, cool. Like, I don't judge, man. Like, you can't live around LA and judge that stuff, right? Like, I don't care if guys want to wear spaghetti string tank tops. All good. But I do see a lot of girls wearing them. Yes, Cammy, I agree. I agree. It sucks that people worry about that, you know? And it sucks that, I don't want to say that they have to, but in certain areas, you know, obviously, like for their own safety, it sucks that they have to worry about that. Like, that's lame. I think people should be able to wear whatever they want and not be judged, right? Like, just for example, if a totally straight male wanted to wear a spaghetti string tank top because it made him feel good, you should be able to do that without criticism, right? Or without people assuming that he is one way or another based on that. Like, that's the sad state of affairs we're in. I don't want to get too into the political stuff, because it just doesn't go anywhere good, and there's not much we can do to do anything about it currently in our little corner of the internet. But not just political. I mean, I'm saying that as a total blanket statement. That's more, social kind of stuff. No, in some places it's political. Let's just say I like people of all kinds, and I don't judge judge that stuff. Because what's the point? It doesn't make me feel better about myself. It just make me feel like an asshole. Oh yeah, no, of course, gender norms do exist. What sucks is that they didn't always exist everywhere, right? That's kind of the shitty part, is that they were sort of forced upon some people. But yeah. I don't know like how much I want to keep. I mean, whatever, I could kind of keep going, although I'm gonna have to eat dinner at some point, so I can't just go indefinitely. But I didn't get quite as much done as I thought I might, but there was also a bit of kind of back and forth and figuring out that I had to do, which is sort of the whole purpose of doing this before jumping into the actual final piece. And I don't know if I will like stream the entire final piece, because it's a bigger painting. It's going to be more involved, and I feel like it would just end up being like a ton of streams. I might stream some of it, but I don't think I would worry about doing it all on stream, right? Because this is 10 by 12 right here, and the final piece is gonna be on 18 by 24. So 6 inches taller. I'll be doing it horizontal, right? 6 inches taller. 14 or 14 inches wider. Aurelia, hello. Yes, more oil paint. I've actually been at it since like 2 p.m. So it's been almost 5 hours now. I wanted this. Because I was not working today, so I figured let's do a nice long stream and see what we can do. Right on. Yeah, I did a couple things today that clearly didn't work, because there were some alerts that I should have gotten in chat and totally didn't. So obviously I need to do something else. Oh, I did freeze up again. Yeah, I'm having my cam link is acting up on me, and it's really annoying because it wasn't doing this until Sunday, and I didn't change anything. So I honestly have no idea what's causing it. But what's interesting, Cammy, I think there were some Native American tribes that had recognized more than two genders was a thing. So that's why I say, like, it wasn't a thing everywhere, right? It wasn't until Western religion was kind of forced upon them that things got relegated down to two genders. But prior to that, there were some tribes that recognized, it was like 5 genders, I think. So, you know, there have been some more enlightened times in our history in certain areas. Problem is, enlightened people don't want to conquer other people. That's what it comes down to. It's the unenlightened people that think that they somehow have the right to go and take over other people. Right? If we were all enlightened, none of this would be an issue. I want to bring some of this warmth back in, and some of these midtones. I'm liking that. I mean, warm by contrast, it's still a very, very cool red, right? Crimson kind of a deal. Also, if there's anyone that's just joining us, this is a crop of the digital piece that I painted up as reference for doing an oil painting. And this, what I'm doing right now, is more of just kind of like a bit of a study to see what kind of pitfalls I may or may not run into. You know, and it helps to kind of get some practice in for mixing up the colors and all that stuff, so that you kind of have an idea, a little more of an idea of what to go for when you attack it for real. Yeah, and you know, it's like a kind of Paradox Moose, a little bit, although not the entire thing, right? Like, I painted up the entire thing digitally, and now I'm just doing a section of it, because the color palette is more or less the same between the two figures, with the exception of the edges around the male figure, which will have a lot more warmth, but yeah, a little bit, which I don't usually do, but I mean, I can't really say there's even a usually, because honestly, the numbers speak for themselves, and I don't usually oil paint. I've just been oil painting lately. So, and I'm, you know, just trying to attack it in a way that's a little smarter, maybe, that bypasses, you know, I mean, as Cami says, no pitfalls so far, but that's mostly because I've been trying to be really smart about it. In the past, I have hit pitfalls, and they were discouraging enough that I was like, all right, I will rethink this and I'll come back to it. And then it would take me too long to come back to it. And then before I knew it, a year or more would go by and I hadn't touched oils. I was like, damn it. So like all that time I spent kind of shaking off the rust for nothing, because now I'm all rusty again. So this time around, I'm really, really trying to just be smarter. Work smarter, you know? And a lot of that is just comes down to like, just don't rush it, you know? Think it through. try and foresee what could go wrong and see if there's a way to avoid it, you know? Head it off at the pass. Yes. Yes, it does slow me down. Like, this would probably be close to done if I was just painting it off stream. But that's okay. You know, on the other hand, there's a good chance I would have come up against some pitfalls had I been painting this off stream, because sometimes I go too fast for my own good, and I regret it later because I'm just like, damn it, I should have slowed down. I should have just slowed down and like chilled out, you know? So what I've found with oils especially, I actually kind of enjoy the fact that live streaming slows me down because it forces me to kind of think through some of this stuff a little more than I might otherwise. So I don't mind. Art of Blake, thank you for the follow. Like a little bit of that cool in the hair. It does happen to me. Unfortunately, that's mostly when I have to do something for work. It doesn't happen to me when I'm just painting my own stuff, but I think that's mostly because I work full time, so painting my own stuff is not my norm. So I'm generally just really excited to paint my own stuff. I feel like this... Oh, is that getting lighter? That's weird. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, she was on the couch, chilling. However, Edward, it does happen to me with work stuff, especially working from home. That's the hard part, right? You're not at work, so you have distractions. And in my case, I'm like, oh, my oil paints are right there. I would love to. No, gotta work. And the trick I've found, because it's been an issue for a long time, right? Back when I was freelance, I would sometimes take on portrait commissions, like oil paint portraits. And it always sounded great at the beginning, and I'd shoot the photos of the people and, you know, start on the painting, and then would get to a point where I just really didn't feel like working on that painting. And what I've found for me, and this is something I learned as a youngster, right? When my mom would say, Daniel, come do the dishes. And of course, like, you're in the middle of doing whatever the hell you want to do, right? And, dishes, you know? And it was just like, you try and find any excuse how to maybe get out of it, but then you can't, and you gotta do the dishes anyway. But then I always noticed, once I started doing the dishes, it really wasn't that big of a deal. You know, I did them well, and I would just do them until every last dish was done. It was the starting that was the part that I hated, right? And it's the same thing when there's a painting that I'm just kind of like not in the mood to work on. It's the exact same thing. It's the starting. Once I start it, it's fine. My brain clicks over and it's all good. So what I've always had to do is just start it before I can overthink it. Before I can start thinking about all the reasons I don't want to do it. Just start before you even, can think about the process of starting, right? And once you start, usually, then it's not a big deal, you know? Now, part of the key to that is also, say, if you're working on something in multiple sittings, right? So you finished your previous sitting and cool, you'll like come back to it tomorrow or whatever. One of the keys I've found is always knowing what you need to do next, right? Don't stop when you're not sure what to do. And I think this was also something, it wasn't a Hemingway that would kind of talk about this as well, with writing, right? Never stop writing when you're stuck. Always stop writing when you know exactly what's going to happen next. And I found it's the same thing. I mean, writing and painting are so similar. It's all storytelling in one way or another, right? So I've found that if I stop when I know exactly what I'm gonna do next on the painting, then I can start the painting again the next day or 2 days later, whenever, without thinking about it, without thinking about how much I don't want to start on the painting again, because I know exactly what I need to do. So I'll just sit down and start doing it, and then your brain gets into art mode, and it's not a big deal, you know. The key is don't let your heart talk you out of it, right? Because that's the part saying like, I don't want to do this right now. And it's like, don't let that part win. Sometimes you got to just dig into the brain side and just start from a technical standpoint of, okay, I know that this is what's got to happen. And then the heart will catch up and be like, oh, you know what? This is actually fun. I forgot. This art stuff is fun. Yeah, and that's where if you can also kind of just make the process something that's a little more accessible, right? So whatever that is, in my case, it'll be doing little thumbnails, you know, and okay, that's super accessible, that's easy, that's not daunting. I'll do a little thumbnail, and then maybe I'll pick one of those or a couple of them and do them a little bit larger but still loose, right? And I mean, they're super undaunting. And then if you're doing a digital piece, or if your camera's gonna, you know, just fuck up on you, whatever, it's cool, we got this. You know, then a lot of times what I'll do nowadays is I will do a little bit larger thumbnail, so something that's maybe about 6 inches tall, right? So, I mean, it's a small drawing, and I'll do it in pen with some water, and so, you know, nice ink washy shit. And then I'll just snap a picture on my phone, throw it onto my iPad, and start cleaning it up. You know, so there's never a point where I'm like, okay, now I gotta start this drawing for real. You know, I'll start cleaning up the thumbnail, I'll blow it up, right? So it's a larger, god damn it, camera. So it's a larger resolution. And then I will kind of, I'll adjust proportions, I'll do all that kind of stuff, and then I'll start doing a cleaner drawing over the top. And yeah, it's I feel like, god damn it, camera. See, I don't understand why it's like it'll be fine for a while, and then it'll just start mess. And again, it's not the camera, it's the cam link. It's the Elgato cam link that's messing up. So annoying. Sursef, thank you. My pleasure. I love when people ask questions. It makes Makes it all a lot more interesting. No, Camibo, we definitely had some issues before you returned. Don't worry, you're not jinxing it. Hi, little cat. Oh, Dana. You hanging out? She's funny because during the day she'll just hang out on her tree, you know, in the bedroom. But then in the evening she likes to come out and hang out here with me. I'm trying to, I don't know really how much more I'm gonna do, because I feel like moving into some of the other stuff will start kind of a whole new process that I would rather oh, cam link, that I would rather do in like one sitting, right? Dude, camera. This is your home. Are you too good for your home? Yeah, so I might call it here, perhaps, because I do need to, like, you know, make some dinner at some point. But let's see if we can get a little bit of a close-up on her, maybe with a little bit of white balance. Are you gonna white balance? I don't know if it will white balance, but glare. Damn glare. Hang it. There we go. That's a little better. Right. So there's our gonna focus. It's trying. I might be a little too close, but anyway. So we can see a bunch of the brush marks, and then of course all the unfinishedness over here. Let's move our camera back a bit. Right? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's still, and the camera's gonna freeze and switch out and do all kinds of weirdness. Anyway, the coins, like in the final, I would do a little more detailed, right? Did that come back? No, it didn't come back. But I feel like for now, the coins are fine. For our purposes here, I think we're good. Right. So, on that note, my friends, let's raid somebody. Who's on? Who do we want to raid? Anyone have any recommendations? We can raid cat videos. it's not actually like, you know, doing cat videos, but let's raid cat videos. Why not? She'd given us a nice raid. So Twitchers will raid. YouTubers, thank you so much for joining. Love you all. And I'll probably pop on for a little bit tomorrow. I don't know what time yet though. So, all right. Peace.